Hello everyone, welcome back. Today we're playing something entirely different. I've installed OpenLoco, which is sort of an slightly optimized open source engine that runs the of the original Chris Sawyer's Locomotion files. It automatically detects it on Steam and then just uses the files. But basically, I think the coding is done from scratch, which means that you get some nice bonuses like it running nicely on a modern computer on big resolutions. I think you might have some downsides like the multiplayer no longer working, but I think the multiplayer generally was kind of sketchy in this game, sadly. OpenTTD did a much better job at some things, but this game looks a lot nicer in a lot of ways. I like that the tracks you can build are all very smooth, very roller coaster tycoon. If you've played that, you know exactly what the building is going to be like. But it has the economy system of what you expect from Transport Tycoon. I don't think it's as moddable, at least it hasn't had the community that TTD had, where it's just insane what people did. Really good. I love things like the fierce industry mod in um, OpenTTD. But this will be a fun little game for a one-off, I think. Just play it for a little bit. People are probably going to watch some kind of sport or another, so I don't expect much, but hey, maybe someone will look at it later and think, um, hey, that game looks kind of nice. Steam. People who like Transport Tycoon mostly. Um, so yeah, this is also very roller coaster tycoon. You just get scenarios. If you want a custom scenario, you kind of, or a random map, you kind of have to set up a scenario yourself. I've done that for now. I've started. You can start in all the way in 1900, but I think 1950s when it gets a little bit more stuff available, not as weak locomotives. So I've made a hill scenario in 1950, no competing companies, although I think it doesn't matter, I've disabled them in the mod. There are a few things you can do, like disable breakdowns, disable the um, disable competitors. You can make the station size unlimited, but I haven't done that. But I might be using some shenanigans where you just expand a station all the way through town, which you could also do in OpenTTD. That's always very profitable. Um, okay, I think that brick is done, so I think we'll just start with the free play hills, which gets generated, so I'll have no idea what it's going to look like. There's definitely some good towns. We'll see. We'll see. It doesn't look too bad. Just look at those diagonal hills. I don't think you get that in OpenTT. Yeah, maybe you do. Maybe you do. But you definitely don't get any cliffs. And that's something you can do in this game. Just also tunnel a lot better. Have tracks that just have curves across different sides. Basically, you're not as limited in the way that you're building things, which is necessary considering there's actual curves to build. Okay. Uh, so this is the biggest town for now. It's in the middle, so kind of surrounded by mountains, which isn't great, but it's fine, I guess. Let's see what the other big cities here are like. Those two, they grow pretty quickly actually if you do a bit of transporting. I think we'll stick with the guest one. Let's see, I think you were able to rename it. Yeah, there we go. We'll name it New Afritz. That's my go-to in-joke reference of a town name. Okay, so the first thing we'll build, which gives a shit ton of easy money, is a happy little tram. So I think we'll do it a little bit like this. Build a turnaround track, then a couple of straights. Then can I build a? I'm not sure if I can build. It's fine. It'll be fine. Okay. Now. Okay. Yeah, I will have to build one stop there. I guess we'll edit this a bit. Oops. Destroyed the road. Okay, there. Now I've selected this thing. Oops. Ah. It's fine. I think you can also do some easier ways of building this. Yeah, now back to the tram tracks. So now we have two stops that are very close to each other, so they'll serve the same things. So here's what we do. We cheese it a little bit. I guess this one is a bit annoying. Is it? Because yeah, if we build another station that's within 2 tiles of the original one, then we can expand the existing station to just cover more cover more area. So we'll have a first station have like this half of the town, and our second station. Oops. Okay, WASD does not work for scrolling. Good to know. So yeah, you can see in the bottom left over here, it tells you which station it's gonna be, if it's gonna be a new station or attached to the other one. In OpenTTD, it was a bit different. You had the option to just press a hotkey. Okay, so we've just posted advertising signs around town for 2 tram stops. That's how I like to think about my cheese. Um, Lovely. Okay, now let's get some trams on the go. We only have this one for now. I think we don't even need to create a route because it will just go around in circles on its own and just stop at the stops, but this is fine. So just go from one to the next. Oops, I hadn't paused it. I think it automatically unpauses as you're building. So go, and we can just clone the vehicle, get a second one on the go. And because there's a lot of vehicles stopping, they'll just count as making it will grow the town a lot quicker, I think. That's how that works. Might not make that much of a profit because the town is pretty small, but I think it's just my bad rating because I took so long to build this and get this going. But yeah, we can look at the profit. Because the running costs are so low, I think they'll still make a good profit actually. But yeah, this game doesn't let you do a lot about the reliability. There's no what are the stations called where you go in for maintenance? The depots. There's no depots where you can do maintenance, so it all depends on how old your vehicles are and stuff. So I've just disabled the breakdowns, but I think you can do things like replace all trains or trucks of the same kind with a new model. So okay, now we've done one tram line and have a station where it gets where I'll pile up passengers as soon as the town grows a little. Now we can make an actual little route, I guess. Maybe I'll go between those two towns, then I can. But that kind of doesn't work so great. Fine, I think what we'll do here is let's make sure that they don't build anything here, so just reserve the land here with a few tracks. Make sure they don't build a road across there. Okay, I can right click drag, it's just a bit sensitive. Okay, now for the first thing of just land a little bit. This is what OpenTTD wouldn't let you do. just raise one square up or down. Now it gets a bit interesting. We are going to make a curve. Oh, look, my favorite. I bought them. And look at this, a smooth curve. Not just some crappy looking. Okay, can't do this nicely. Ah, no, I could remove this again. Yeah, now I should be able to build across. And look, it automatically does bridges, and I can even rotate the view. Don't think that works in OpenTTD? Maybe it does. But yeah, those are a bit expensive. Maybe I should just do the land. Cause there's also like a speed limit associated with it. Yeah, to get it back mostly. Fine, we'll just. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much the same price, I think. Now I can click this and it will do the OpenTTD style of terraforming. Which can be useful. I'll make things a bit pretty anyways. Okay, now we've reached the mountain here. So actually we need one. I think with 2 tiles high it might still be more economical. To dig. But now we tunnel. And look, I can do anything I want in the tunnel. I can make curves as long as it's deep enough. It obviously has to be deep enough. It can go downwards, upwards. Oh, now I've run out of money a bit. What's my limit? Okay, I got a lot to work with. I think I've set the scenario where it's relatively generous. Oops. Okay, and not only can we do some tunnels, we can also make a bunch of bridges. Does get a bit expensive, obviously, but that way we'll have space later. Big. Should be able to do a parallel at least, I think. Oops. Not need to do that. It should work, even if it might look silly. Oh, nah, that does destroy those. The big building and it destroys that. Okay, fine. We'll deal with it. So now this is the same station as the tramline one. Now we plant some signals. Even though I guess we won't need it just yet. But I think we'll already start with a little train here. Just to get some money. Ah, I still have this open, so that's why it didn't like me doing that. Alright, we can electrify this. If I just say, for example, or connect the track, then I can electrify it. So usually in these games, you want the fastest one. Unless maybe you need a really heavy load. There's some with a lot of power in here, but for passengers it should be fine. We might need to electrify this. Won't be a problem. Now we'll have to expand alone. Do we have any wagon for mail? There might be, there might not be. I've seen some issues where they sometimes run out of they get like deprecated and there's no new one. Because yeah, look, this one just is 72 kilometers per hour. That's not gonna work well with my super fast train that's supposed to go 121 kilometers hours. So guess we'll go with a few passengers and reduce it to 113. That's fine. I'll probably do for now. So we go to this station. Now we tell it to wait for full load of passengers there, because this station actually should be able to do that eventually. And then go there. Okay, now, in the meantime, while this is going, I will is this confused? It's confused because of the signaling? Just tell it to go for now. Didn't look like it was still loading. Yeah, it's almost fully loaded on passengers now. Yeah, this one makes 38 grand a trip. Not bad. That's definitely going to be profitable. So what it should do, we'll build an S-curve. And now we have a second way. And once we have that built, we can send them in both directions. And I will say, like, this is the, I make a right hand traffic. So this goes in, this side goes out. Ah, yes, now I can't change this one here. Might need to have a cheeky little pause of the tracks, maybe. Can probably just wait until the train has gone by and then do it. Oh, yeah, because I changed the direction of the signal, I guess that already counts as a one-way. I thought they were just optional, but they are one-way. Okay, fine. Shouldn't have built the signals just yet then. It's fine though. Just for the moment. Let the train pass. It looks very close, but I think this is fine. I don't strictly need to build it all the way. I could like have the tunnel as a one way. The signal should keep it safe. But obviously for efficiency the more there are one way things, the more restricted you are to how many trains the track can handle. Money-wise, we're doing fine. We might even spend 100 grand. There's an auto pay option you can click. Then it will just use whatever you have. Let's see, how much money are my trams making? Not bad, considering they are just going back and forth on like 3 tiles. Those trams. They're making 6 grand a month. So that's pretty decent. My train is making 20. So as soon as we can get some more in, because look how many passengers are waiting, because this has just grown massively. Yeah, I think I can justify, easily justify just expanding this. All the way over there. Put more cash again. Just gonna borrow a bit more because we won't have a problem with the interest rates. Oops. It's probably fine. This one, it's not. Oh, don't you need this one this high? One more. Now this should all hook up, right? I think that's like a very gentle curve. That's a very gentle curve. This can go with like one diagonal track to that side. Now, get some ciggies. This goes this way. This goes that way. Now we have the nice right hand thing. Did I put signals down on this spot? Did I not leave myself enough room? Let's rotate so we can see better, maybe. Definitely needs a bit longer, this stations. Yeah, ideally I think it would have been better if I put the station underground, if it was a different way, like maybe put it there and have it linked up anyways. But it's fine. Okay, I think I have one here, but I don't have one here, and this is a junction. Okay, I see. No problem. We'll just make the junction differently then. Because this game allows me to just build different curve sizes next to each other. So now we have one straight one. Actually, I might be able to just... Yeah, that works. That works. But now I'll have to... link this. This is a bit more intensive on how many tracks you need, but it also works. I think the better way to do this is with S curves. Yeah, I can go there, I can go there, and then outwards this can link up here, this can link up here. I would just need a signal. About here. Double one. Now it's all going with one block sections, so let's build a few more of those, and unlike OpenTTD, we can build anything we want in the tunnels. So let's have stop a bit after the incline. Have, I don't know how many are need, but I think this should work. I don't see it because of the height markers. Yeah, that works. I don't know, I don't think this game has the option from OpenTTD where you can just do this automatically. Downwards, I can definitely have one there. Maybe I'll have... It doesn't really matter all that much about how far apart they are. You just want enough of them so your trains don't have to wait early. I think I might need another straight section there by the looks of it. Yeah. Now, let's give this one a name, I guess. We name this town to Shihao. Go. Now we can start cloning this. Ah, the name doesn't get copied in this. That's a shame. And just go with train X, whatever. I don't have any breakdowns, so it shouldn't matter too much. Look how many people are waiting here. It's just 500 people waiting at this station. Yeah. And probably clone as much as we have cash. Don't know why this one is waiting. Is this one not loading? It's definitely in there. Ah, great. Why does this happen? It's supposed to happen. No, this didn't happen in my test phase. Maybe I didn't even need those signals there. Oops, destroy the house. And I did build this a little bit nicer in my test game. Like at least an S track. Kind of how I wanted to build it here. Ah, oh. No, we're not doing that. No road across the tracks there, please. Thank you. There's one signal there. Build this one here, so space for the S curve. Yeah. Now this can cross over there. This can go straight, and this crosses over there. This can go there. Yeah, maybe I don't want those, and the station itself is like one way. We'll see if this works. Okay, now the entire railway station is one way. We don't want that. It works a bit easier in OpenTTD, where you get different signal types of like entry-exit signals, one-way signals. Okay, now it works. Don't know why earlier one train skipped the queue and just went in anyways. Maybe because I was still building around. That's possible. But it got confused about signals for a second and went in. This should work then. Why does that last one take so long to load? Oh right, it's this station that's got all the passengers, not this one. This one probably doesn't have as big a... Can I raise this station and somehow make it connected to Central? It's a possibility. But for now, I can probably just say, see for bridges, tracks, guess buildings well, and expand the New Afrit station a bit. Now it's saying station too large. Can't go any further in that direction. But this should give me some more passengers at least. It would be much better if this was connected to it. But for now, what we can do is go to Xiahao and do our happy little trick over there as well of expanding the station. We might need to do another cheeky thing of as earlier, because there's a two-hill incline, a two-part incline, two-tile incline where I can't build anything. I have to build one here. Oh, thanks. Exactly what I wanted. Why can I not build on this one now? Just build here, and then I can delete this again. And now I've already expanded up here, so go further this direction. This direction. Definitely want to go in this direction. Oops. Okay, now I've accidentally built a new one because I think it's gone too wide. Yeah, now I've made it again, plastered my advertisements all across the town. Okay, we definitely need more trains than 4 again, because all our stations are full of passengers. So let's clone a few more of them. Might take out, I guess it's a little bit late for that now. Could have taken out the fully load thing, then they just take whatever's there, which is probably better. Yeah, let's take it out of all the vehicles. Sadly, I think I will have to do this for all of them. But with this view, it shouldn't be too much effort. Now they'll just load however many are available and move on, which helps against congestion when this is empty. Especially now that I think the other station might actually get more passengers. If it's the entire town for itself. But yeah, we're making great profit. Let's click autopay because we've got tons of cash. We could just pay back our loan and have millions left. Yeah, look, now it's starting because they're just regularly delivering a shitload of passengers. Now we can go crazy and just cloning until the track is properly saturated. It started at like 1,000, now it's 7,000 already. This, I don't know how much it started, but now it's already at almost 3,000. I guess there's only so many there for now. How is this? Yeah, they are full. So they do still load properly when they can. Something go wrong here? Nah, they're just waiting because somehow it takes a while to load. Does this count as being too might count as being too long for the station despite visually looking perfect? Was it this game or another one where they had some shenanigans like the train is longer than it actually is to have a safety net for signals? It's fine, we can just tear down a few buildings, expand the station, another tile, that'll help a little bit. This station I think is just longer. Well, this one isn't going in all the way. I think it's fine, the other one can probably still... Oh no, it's waiting at signal. Okay. It's not ideal. Might need to raise this maybe because of the way I've built it, it somehow counts as two different stations. Because I think I might have clicked like once there and then connected it that way. Let's just... Don't have to delete the entire station in this. We can just do this. Then maybe this will work. Oops. Don't want to change the route. Thank you. This one to move on. Oh. Oh, enough. Told it to. This up a bit just to see if... Yeah, now they are going in properly again. Fine. Don't think I'll need a third parallel, but I've kept it there just in case I want to connect something else to it. But yeah, even better would be if I had a continuous loop, so you don't overlap the in and outcoming trains on this, but it's kind of a bit annoying to find space for that. Maybe we'll do that on a different set of tracks or towns. Do we have any industries to hook up? Maybe. That's a bit annoying. Doesn't show you the accepts in text unless, I think if you go into this it shows you, yeah, food, goods, mail, passengers. Chemicals and steels to goods. Let's see how much are the industries producing in this. Hey, not bad. This is actually good industry. It might just be a little bit short transport, but it's fine. We kind of just want this to produce for food, and doesn't matter how much I earn there, and then we deliver the food to the other town. Probably would be enough to have one station. Yeah, one short, but that shouldn't be a problem. We can just be able to just make... Does the thing not count yet? It's possible. But it has to be the actual building that's connected. Okay, now it's connected. This is a very short track, but again, doesn't really matter. And we'll do some shenanigans again to connect this station to the farm. I think I'll do a 1-for-1 here because it's so short. Is this connected now? Yep, green. Perfect. So now build a new train. Oh, we might need to electrify. Unless I take one of the... How big or how fast are our grain spots? 80, 20 tons. Yeah, we can only go 80 anyways. We might need more than 350 kilowatts of power though. Just so it doesn't accelerate too fucking slowly. Every other train is electric, so just go over the tracks. Did I already? Oh yeah, there are already overhead tracks, fine. I guess I already built them because our problem because I've this checked, so it already does that. Okay, fine. That works for me. That's how you build electric tracks in this then. Okay, this one might be okay. Definitely don't want one with passengers already. I think this crocodile one is Austrian railway design, but I don't think they had the rights to name them after the actual companies of and actual trains. I think I've seen the actual trains in a different transport game, Transport Gigant, but that one I've wanted to stream that as well, but it's a little bit trickier with that one because somehow it doesn't come up on OBS, so then I would have to do a screen recording instead of a game cap, and that would just end up with a mess. And we'll put this one, I guess. There's not too much worrying about the individual profit and stuff. We just wanted. Where am I building that train now? I might have changed an existing train or just. Yeah, I've put the two locomotives on an existing train because I had a menu open, I guess. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay, there. New train. So I'm making like 300 a month. Was it a month? Guess one more can probably fit. To there, load full with grain, go to there, unload all grain. I think that would just do it on its own, but let's make sure that there's no limit to how much they can accept. I don't think there is a limit in this game. And yeah, it doesn't make a lot each trip. but it's gonna produce food, and I'm going to be able to deliver the food, which has a much higher value when it's transported anyways. Okay, drop the production a little bit. It can vary over time, but it is per month, so this should just work just fine. How is the tram thing looking? Can I get a third tram on there just for even more growth, I guess? Correct. Creatures. Yeah. Would maybe work, but let's just leave it as is. This is, I think it's about working. I don't think the station is what slows it down, it's just the loading being really slow for some reason. And just, yeah, this crossing, probably not ideal. But we're getting good profit, so might just need to make a nicer one at some point where it goes out the back. Actually, I might be able to, because I've built above the town, I might be able to retrofit that here. Might just tear down a few buildings on the way, but that's fine. So we will need one space for... Do I just make it a bit longer though? No, I think it's fine. Yeah, one space for a signal. This will go this curve and then... Let's not do the curve yet, I think, because then we'll run right into that building. It's kind of hard to tell, sadly. Unless I make the curve a bit narrower. Yeah, if it can work. Nope, it didn't work. Oops. Well, then I might as well make it a wider curve. Just tear this down for now, so this doesn't happen again. This train back down somewhere. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Because I've chosen right hand, I guess I can just connect this to that and then we'll have it right hand again. Oh. No, I shouldn't have done this, but it's fine. It doesn't really want to go in the tunnel on a diagonal curve. We will just watch it together then. Ah, we can't go up or down in the diagonal paths. Okay. This is where it comes in. Can I go diagonal in? Just regular diagonal? No. It is fine. Thankfully, we are already in the tunnel right here. That should give me enough space. We'll have to go after the signal though. How is that? That doesn't line up, does it? I guess we can make it work. Just do a happy little S curve. We don't have to move the signal. Okay, that'll do. So now from here, another curve like this. Now we can connect those up. And very importantly, signals they are going in. They are going in. Might as well put a signal there. One just before the incline. There. And I think that should be all that's needed. Where I can now just delete this little bit linking it up. Oops, that was on me. The trains actually don't stop on a dime in this game. So if you make modifications or there's something like a signal, you have to brake early. Don't just stop that at the signal. It's all good, it's fine. Just clone a new one. I don't think there's any punishment, really. I just clear signals somehow? Yeah, the building is also not as good as in OpenTTD, but you do have to do a lot more with the curves and whatnot. Yeah, this should now show what I meant, that we no longer have a crossover where trains have to wait. They can all wait behind the station and then exit at the front of the station, and it's nice and smooth. And I'll be able to handle a lot more trains that way. Not sure how we'll get this to work on the opposite side. Where I'm obviously very limited on space, but maybe if we can connect the third station, that'll be good enough. Yeah, it does automatically unpause when you wait, when you start building. Yeah, I think this looks kind of nice. Bit of New York elevated train vibes. You can build the bridges out of different materials too. Hey Elso 2, how you doing? Have you ever played a train game like OpenTTD or I guess this one? Yeah, this side doesn't seem to struggle so much with the X crossing because it's just with an S curve. Doing fine, ready to head to work. Alright, no worries, have a good day at work then. Yeah, all good. Just having a chill time with a bit of train building. Good old transport sim games. So now if I want to build this part of the station today, I would have to do some shuffling about, move the signal back so I can do like a gentle curve and then another gentle curve back. That would probably slow down the other two things. I think it's fine this way. Definitely not gonna be able to do anything on the back here because of how I've built it. But at least this side shows how it can go smoothly if you just build it properly right away. let's see. We should be able to bring this food in at least. This train is probably not making a lot, but it is making profit. Am I producing? Yeah, I'm producing food just from grain. That's fine. So maybe we'll just use that part of the station for cargo delivery. I don't want a road over there, even though there's no AI traffic. So let's just put a second track in the direction of the road for now. Just so I can build a signal there if I need it or anything like that. It can be annoying if there's a road and you need to race it again. I don't think that the cities seem to do the thing that they do in Open Transport Tycoon, where they just get pissed off if you do a bit of terraforming and don't allow you to do anything anymore. Yeah, you don't pay any fees for maintaining your tracks. It's just whenever you are building. So you can't just build completely silly, completely underground routes, because look how much money we've saved up in that tiny bit of time that I've spent just building a bit of stuff. Oh well. I might be able to connect this station actually. Why not? Actually, I'm making a silly thing here because it's actually in my favor if I have one bit of incline, so I can just speed away after the I will come, like, I will load here and then when I come back I will be empty, so it's actually in my favor if this is has a bit of an incline to gain speed while I'm fully loaded. We'll just get enough space for a station here. Then we'll connect with our usual station shenanigans. Do I want to have multiple there though? Probably. Because this is now again a little bit more of a longer track. I might need to delete one tile of the station there again. So I have enough space. There shouldn't be a problem with the limit of speed from the bridge, because it's in the station anyways. Sure, I guess we can get something going already. Get another train. Might actually do 2 trains on this. I think it would work if I make this double length. And one will be loading, one will go there, blah blah. Okay, yeah, I think this was the good one I wanted. I need to click off this one, or I'll be just adding stuff to another train again. Now, which one gets food? Volkswagen. Yep, it would work. Is there a better one? No. Okay. We are producing 1 for 1. For how much grain we deliver. I think we have 120 per. So this shouldn't be a problem having 90. Even if we don't get the full transport on one. So you stop there, you load full of food, then go to Shihao and you unload the food. Now in the meantime, be able to just build the other half of the route. Yeah, if you click there, then you can choose different things. There's like a cheaper wooden bridge, but that has a worse speed limit. I can do that downwards as well, apparently, maybe. Okay, some are only available to build in horizontal positions, the hanging bridges and stuff. There we go. Now we build a nice little parallel track. I think I've left one space too much, but that's fine. Doesn't matter too much. Might matter when we come out of here, but it's fine. We got so much cash, we can just raise the land however far we want. Yeah. I want to do this properly on this side at least. That's possible. There we go. Okay, now both tracks connect. Where are you going? We don't connect just yet. But they should. Maybe just because there's a mess with signals. Maybe this is the station is weirdly screwed again when I've done some shenanigans earlier. Let's just if this new then doesn't matter. We got cash for the weeks. A little bit that's not electrified, is that the problem? I might have built that before. That is possible. Might have built that before. Ah, why is this no longer checked? Is this not connected? Does this work now? Okay. Looks a bit weird with the electric wires, but it works. Now we won't get any cash for this, I guess. Because it's been there for 118 days. 11 kilometers per hour. Yeah, probably do want the signal exactly there. There we go. Out on this side. In on this side. This gets a happy little double signal, I guess. Similar on this side. Ah, need to shorten the station again. That's fine. Oh, I think I might have confused the train building the signals live like this. It's fine. I see it doing shenanigans, but there's no other trains yet anyways. This is fine. There can be one right on there. Okay, go. The signals just mean only one train is allowed on the little section between each signal. So if there's a train here still, then the next train has to wait at the signal until it's clear and then it can go. Now we've delivered it in 39 days and got 18 grand for one trip. Not bad. Not sure how many trains will be able to fit on this route just yet, because we're not producing an absolute ton of food as you do with passengers, which just you get a lot on its own and you can cheese. But yeah, we'll definitely put a second one in, so there's always one loading there. And then we'll see if we are gonna end up just still with a lot of food and both trains on the track or not. We'll just clone this again. Guess we can rename one of them. Just so we can find one of the trains of the same kind in the list easily. This is a really short track for even a second train. I don't think this is going to work just yet. I definitely have to do something a little more creative there. Ah, that's not an S curve, that's just two gentle curves. Just set the station back a bit further. Myself a bit more space to build. Now we have one with two gentle curves and one with an S curve. Could maybe change that to an S curve as well if there's some problems here. Like, depends how it's counted, where it's too close. Okay, so we need some signals. Here. Double signals next to the station. Yeah, I'm not sure this is going to work that great. Ooh, that's bad. That's gone. Oh, I can delete the station somehow. Okay, that's a bit better. Don't know if it's gonna be good enough to have the trains avoid each other, but worst case, they'll just wait in the station, go there, and then should be good enough, right? We'll find out. But we do need to build a new trainer. Might need fewer. Maybe just 5 then this time. It kind of fits in there between signals. Give that a try. Again, load the grain. Wait for full load, then go there. Should be fine. Should go. It would probably even worked if I just made it a short distance and then have a train that's so long it just needs to flip to get to the other station. Okay, so yeah, one definitely works. That was never a question. The question is, can I put a second one on there without it gridlocking? The answer is no. But we can probably fix that ish. Without making the thing even shorter. There's no undo, is there? Oops. The problem is that this still counts as in this section. So what we'll do is this time we'll just stop the 2 trains. We'll just go in there for now. Go in there for now, deliver that stuff. Can probably make the station one shorter, that would work, but for now. But what if the trains get one tile longer? So what we'll do is build a curved section. We'll make this one just a little bit longer. That's a bit annoying. Maybe if I go the other way around, it might just work. Fine, we'll just put it one tile further back. Station. Okay, it should just be one tile longer, which should be all that's needed. Yeah. This one should now come up to there, while this one is still loading. And then this one should have no problem going past there to unload. Meanwhile, this one is going over there to load. And so I always have one train loading and probably one train waiting there because the loading might take a little bit longer than the resources come in. And because this one is empty, it doesn't matter how long it waits there. You just want the full one to make it there without having to stop. Meanwhile, our passenger trains should all be doing really well. This is just the food train that's been waiting forever because I wasn't delivering any grain earlier. And they haven't obviously delivered much just yet. But the running cost should be covered by just one track of this per month, which should easily be able to do since this makes 300 or 300 exactly now tons of grain, and they only have 100 tons of capacity. Just that when you don't transport anything for just a little while, they get really pissed off about it and don't let you deliver anything more. But as soon as you have one train always loading, your reliability rating shoots up to 100%, and then you get the entire production of the thing to transport. Yeah, the food's going again. Yeah, 19,000 this time. Maybe because it was loading for a little while. That's what usually happens, I think. I'm not entirely sure if it starts counting as soon as you get the first little bit in, and if it's like not full there yet, then the time you spend waiting around makes the entire thing less valuable. I think OpenTTD let you do some things like don't wait for the full load, but like wait for at least 50% or some other thing. This game isn't as clever in some of the scheduling and stuff, but it lets you build some really nice tracks, and it feels a lot more fluid than the TTD physics. There's also like boats, aircraft, trucks, buses, obviously. I feel like the trams are more reliable, actually. Because, no, still the same trams. We've only played 7 years, and we've already made so much money that, yeah, couldn't have any more, really, instead. So yeah, our goal on this map is something about the performance index, which I think is just a matter of all kinds of stats that give you a percentage. I think in OpenTTD there's some way to see how that percentage is calculated. I'm not sure if there is here. I think it's like you have to deliver a certain amount of cargo, you have to deliver a certain amount of different types of cargo, you have to have a certain company value, stuff like that, and that all has like a 10% cap, and so you need almost everything to get to 90%. Just, yeah. We'll see where we'll get with this, especially since there's no good postage wagons yet. Yeah, this one goes 113 with those wagons, I think. Don't want to slow it down to... I think the postcard that was in the store earlier might have actually gotten obsolete. Might be my scenario settings where I made this, because I just used some default stuff that leaves me with this problem, but we can just do something silly like just have 2 bus stops and deliver that stuff. Oops. Ah, right, I did do that, and I guess I didn't manage to fully delete the station. It's just mixed essentials. Guess we'll do the silly thing then. Is a cargo bay that I need then? Yeah, that will do mail, I guess. I think I can expand this just with those stations as well. They only... it's only if you only have a passenger stop, then you only get passengers. But as soon as there's one thing, then you should get all the accepted cargoes. Yeah, there's definitely some questions still for me for this game's mechanics. It's all fine. Now, just build the post truck, whatever it's gonna be, mail truck. We'll just let one go between here and here, just so we can say we're transporting post for the statistics. That should count, right? Might do a second one if it's somewhat profitable. I'm guessing it's gonna be at least a little bit. It's definitely enough mail for a second one. I was hoping they would come out of there on the right, so we'll see. But if there's just two, there shouldn't be any congestion. Alright, let me take a quick BRB. Oh, hey Pepto, how you doing? Sorry, was just looking at the game for a moment. We'll just have a moment of BRB. Actually, let's talk about the zone. Yeah, just chilling a bit with this game. I'll talk to you in a second. Okay, there we go. How are you doing today, Pepto? Hope you had a bit of a calmer day with Pepto Jr. then? Looks like I might be able to get away with a third train on this line now. And then again, this is probably fine if we don't get 100% efficient with it. Might be good if I just deliver livestock there as well. Much better, yeah, he's been gold today, makes all the difference to how well you're coping with everything else. Yeah, a move is stressful enough. A move and then chickenpox and then some other gastrointestinal illness. Yeah, that is a lot at once. Okay, we do have a livestock farm all the way back there if we need it. Got a couple of them around. Because it's always going to be a long route. I feel like this one might actually be the least annoying somehow. You know, instead of this which has a 97 kilometers per hour speed limit, let's build a different bridge. One costs 2000, just a tiny little bit more honestly. Not quite close enough, but oh, just one tiny bit longer on with the bridge. Yeah, that's good enough. Can I do this? I think I can do the bridge with. Maybe not. Nah. Okay, fine. Make it a bit shorter then. Ah. Yeah, my music player, when I minimize it, it doesn't refresh anymore. It just stays on the first thing. I need to just click away into another window and have the window open in the background because for some reason it works this way. Doesn't matter. Move is the biggest hurdle. You have about 3 weeks worth of shit to do in 28 days time. It's demolishing your savings, paying for professionals to work rush jobs at odd hours to get it all sorted. Yeah. Well, I hope it all goes sorted relatively smoothly anyways. Was there a bridge there? Bridge there? Does this still count as on a bridge? Apparently. Now look. I'm fine with the road crossing there if they want to expand the town because I'm not in dire need of a signal because it's not right next to a station. Yeah, we definitely have to extend this one more. Like in a sec, gotta do a sort a mod install. Is it no worries, is it ready or not, I guess, with your modding? I still have that bridge, so that should be fine. How did I know? Well, it seemed like the most obvious choice for you. Build a happy little tunnel. I might just reuse the tunnel and possibly the bridge. Just have some side parts because I probably won't have a million trains on this line. Just will build a few more then. Signals to this. wrong one accidentally. But yeah, the process doesn't stop, but I think it just stops visually updating when it's in the background minimized. Okay, I can't. It doesn't let me build the bridges diagonally. I think. Just curve them. Do a tiny little bit narrower curve here, maybe. I think this one should still be wide enough where they don't have to slow down, unlike the super narrow curve, which is like this. Okay, I'm still one little bit too far from connecting to the other station. Yeah, now it connects as the same station. How many tiles do I have here? It's just 6 tiles. Might want to make it even longer then. Still got a bit of space. Yeah, just really let you do that right now. It's fine, we can just distract looking. A little bit of profit, it's fine. Still no new trains, sadly. Narrow tracks have a different use where I think you can go up hills really well with them if there's a, I don't know what the name for it is, but there's like a special track that pulls it up like a roller coaster. Now, livestock wagons, I guess. Okay, there's two different ones, 115. Both a bit slow, sadly, but it's fine. This one has more capacity and the length isn't that much longer. And it just about fits there. I think I might just need to make this station one longer for it to fit. Maybe 2 tiles, we'll see. Let's get it started because I can. I got plenty of space here, so I'll just make 2 tiles bigger. Fixed it? Your mod, you mean? What was the issue with it? Okay, no, I can't delete this bit of station just yet. I'm not sure if it's gonna cause problems if I leave it there, so let's just build another little bit. No, I can delete this. It doesn't break the rest of the station, even if it's now further apart. Just in case, we'll make those bigger too. Yeah, we'll see. I think for now this should be good enough if I just connect here and then We have the tunnel and the bridge as a shared part of the track. Probably won't have a million trains going this way. I wonder if the signals could actually be too far apart now. If there's a limit for that. Oh, actually I think I know what's going on. There might be a straight track missing here. Yeah. It looks like it connects, but it's still like one apart because this has a curve there, so this obviously needs a straight and then the same curve. Goes from there to there, so now we just copy it at least once. One's gonna produce 200, oh, 210 just went down. So yeah, this one's probably just going to wait here now until this one comes through. Might at least do the bridge or something as a separate track. It's definitely going to work, not lock up. Yeah, this one is going to wait a while now that I've run out of the stored up kettle. It's not like I'm hard pressed for money, honestly. Yeah, just never mind. If I invest a million here, there's no maintenance for the tracks. Now I might need to be careful a little bit. So if there's a train on this track right now, if I delete this, it's not gonna get anywhere. I can't connect it because of signals. Yeah. I just need to put a couple of extra signals. Now I can have as many trains as I want on there, really. The riff is so similar to Shout at the Devil. I'm not sure I have the other one in mind right now, but very possible. It would probably be better to have even longer trains, honestly, but this is fine for now. Yeah, we're definitely making good profit on our stuff. That's just a new one that hasn't delivered anything yet. Our passenger trains are going crazy now that there's just full loads on either station. Even need some more, but I'm not sure if this can handle it. Probably not. This side definitely could. I definitely can build some more food trains now. Yeah. Now that I'm delivering a ton of livestock that also gets turned into food. Yeah, this game probably doesn't have the most challenging economy. Just like OpenTTD doesn't. Just anything makes a profit, and then you can just never spend your money quickly enough to just build what um, you can never spend enough building to what you're making. Especially since you can't even pause and build, at least not with how the settings are. Maybe that's available to change somewhere in the settings since there's a lot of it. You're having an ear guessing? Nice. Yeah, this is a good one. I'm currently just looking for industries to connect up. We might be able to connect both those forests into one station if we get a bit creative. Let's have a look. I don't think that's gonna be quite in range. Maybe. One more? Ah! But I got to make it to there, otherwise I can't reach. Nice try. think I'll still connect this station though, now that I've made it. Last time we played something like this was Zoo Tycoon. Yeah, there were a lot of Tycoon games in like 90s, late or early 2000s. There definitely were some good ones, some great ones like Rollercoaster Tycoon, Transport Tycoon Deluxe. This one is, yeah, I'd say in some ways better, in some ways worse than Transport Tycoon. Definitely looks a lot nicer how the tracks are built. Because you get actual curves, not just jagged edges when you connect the diagonals. Hmm. Can I build a paper mill? It's possible. Oh, I can. Might do that. I just have to do a straight line from there to the paper mill. Save myself some effort. Pretty big though. I don't think I gain anything from building it other than just having a place to deliver it. I don't get any money for their production. Uh, yeah, downwards is probably fine when I'm loaded with paper and then going back up empty. Will I have enough space for the station down there? What does this line up with? Ah, just the building. Can put make it directly next to there at least. Yeah. Fine. I think we'll have to change this around then. Downwards at least one earlier. Eh, I'm not happy with that. I've always found these games, these kind of games, just gave you too much power. You instantly became a mad dictator. Well, in that case, I would recommend to you the game Tropico. Have you heard of that one? Tropico is hilarious. You sure have? Excellent. Yeah, that one is probably one of the silliest, funniest games in the genre. I've also been recommended Frostpunk. Yeah, Frostpunk. I know. I think they gave it away for. They gave away their Frostpunk for free on Epic at one time. I think it's decent. I don't think I've played it. I've watched a bit of it, but that's a bit more of a resource management builder than just a city builder. I mean, if you want a great experience, I can also recommend the Anno series. That one is excellent. Maybe avoid the future themed games; those are not as good, but still, I think a decent experience. But yeah, 1404, if you just want to see if it's something for you, is an excellent entry. Yeah, it should work. Might connect this one down there into a separate station with that same track piece. That might also work fine. The size should probably work. Yeah, I'm making at least 200 tons of lumber. There, full load of lumber. There. This is just automatically going to unload. Gonna have to put in a new album. We're already at the end. I didn't think I'd go through 3 albums that quickly, including a Tool one. Any preferences, Pepto? Surprise you? Okay. Hang on. Let me put shuffle on first. Especially since this album is intended to be shuffled. Like my taste in music thus far, I can't imagine you'll play anything objectively terrible. I'll only play Twerkulator for the rest of time from now on. Simply because you jinxed it. I'm not Glenn or Radio Gum, you saved from Friday and Twerkulator. And Temporary Secretary. Don't have that one in my playlist and don't have don't have any intentions of adding it. Uh, yeah, this is fine. I kind of might need to do a massive bridge or raised earth work here. Because hauling all those logs from down there up there is not gonna be great. And it's close enough this way. Build it out a bit. I think the higher the bridge gets, the more expensive it is for this one. Yeah, from there we almost connect to there, so I have no worries. We can connect from there to there. We have 8. Might be a bit of a problem here, because that's not gonna be enough space for the so there can be a train waiting to go into this station, then it would block the trains from going into this station. I can probably do this. Ah, that's all going to be too close to that diagonal again too. Only have one train on there for now. And I'll just do a little maintenance. There. Might need to not have a signal there, so they stop there before going into the station. Keep this one clear. Just in case we have to do anything there again. Let's remove that. Now just the signal in the way. Connect up there. One signal going in, one signal there after the. Not sure that's gonna work again. This is now so short. In that case, just have to bridge this one over, I guess. Right, we can only go 2 forward and 1 up. Fine, we put the station further back then. Need to be 2 above? Possible. Check. Yeah, I guess I need to be 2 above. That's pretty annoying. Because they are diagonal. Can't easily do this. But what I can do is just raise that entire station by 1. Definitely not an efficient railway system, but here we are. Especially since it's now going to have to... Actually, you know what? I'll just do it 2 higher. That way I actually get to not have to haul the entire load of logs 2 tiles. Or at least 1 tile upwards. Pardon me? Alright, doesn't look too bad yet. We are going to have to connect somehow from down there to up there though. Also, I should probably just have this train going again. I get this one closed. And okay. How am I going to do this best? Because I can't do any diagonal vertical actions. More bridges from that type, I think, maybe? I feel like an hour has passed in 5 minutes. uh, Probably not the best thing, yeah. Yeah, this is a very fiddly game, obviously. I'm thinking that's not a good way of time is going quickly. Or you think it's on your end, you're kind of tired, still trying to do like 5 things at once on your PC and still have to eat and get a shower. You think your brain is just lagging. Ah, yeah, we've all been there, right? But yeah, this is more intended as just a chill little stream of tinkering with railways, I guess. Ugh, I don't like that it's putting the signal all the way back there. So what we'll do is, I guess, set the station back by 1 tile by just instead having one straight piece there and then the S curve. Bite the bullet, make some food back soon. Alright. Go make something delicious and nutritious, or at least calorific. Okay. Yeah, that should work now without blocking anything. Because this is now long enough where one train can definitely stay in there. They'll probably just have 2 trains or something like that. Maybe make a second station so 2 of them can park. And then a third one can just wait there. What did I do to this train that it has no position? Definitely meant to be here. This is probably fine as it is though. I think I'll just delete this one. Have some messed up signals, but just not close enough to there. Just not close enough, that's all. This signal there. Then with that one. I can probably only fit one train in there. I think having 2 trains on each of those is enough apparently. Yeah, this one was still loading. You just always want to have one train loading in the stations, otherwise your rating drops and then it starts producing a lot less and then you have to load longer when you're there again. So ideally you have always one train loading. I see what happened there. Why is it a different station? Best way to fix that, I guess just delete Wester. The thing is too high of a height difference to connect as the same station. It doesn't matter, now it counts. That's what I get for doing silly silly builds with the stations. Oh, hang on, I don't think I've... Oh no, I have. One later than it needs to be, maybe because I wanted to keep space for doing a second thing like this, a second S-curve. What I can do right now here is tell this one to just ignore waiting for lumber and go. We can see how, if I need a third train on this side, probably not though. This one produce a bit more, no, they are the same. Yeah, no, they are back quickly enough where the other one is still half loaded only. But yeah, this is fine. This is relatively good, that wave there. There's always a train loading there. And they'll grow their production over time if you give them good transportation. It should work. Now we can just use this paper that we're producing here to transport to this print work with its goods, and then we might bring the goods all the way over to New Afritz. We'll see. The only question is what height do I start this at? Guess this height is... Probably not, right? Mm. There we go. Actually, can go down. The only problem with that is I can only build it in the slower one. I'd actually just do the silly shenanigans again. Yeah, whatever. Then towards the end where the station is, we can go down. Because we'll need to be slower anyways. We'll do at least a little bit of terraforming though. But again, we'll make the return trip empty. Probably easier if I just like this way, which should still be fine. Sure, we can just make her next to it again this way. We have an 8-tile station. Accidentally used the good bridge, but doesn't matter. Costs a bit more. The money is just no object at all in Tycoon, Transport Tycoon or Locomotion. I don't think there's any setting for it either. I don't think that the difficult scenarios are necessarily any more different balance on the economy. It's just there's usually more difficult terrain or more opponents which aren't in this one at all. I think I'll put it's fine. Do it halfway down the incline. That's still enough run up to get a bit of speed once the station is empty and the train needs to go in, if it's even waiting there. It shouldn't. Okay, that should be enough block sections. Okay, this flatbed can also do paper. Gonna be wise doing 4. Kind of have to. Because the other one that's a little bit smaller is just slower max speed. I don't want to cut an entire trailer. Just go there, load full of paper, go there. I think I should already be able to clone this one. Okay, this is not quite in range yet of the station. Might actually just... I think it's gonna be just 1 away, right? Yeah. It reached the concrete, but not the building itself. And in this game, you can build on those. I think it's the buildings itself that need to be... This... Okay, accepts wood. Okay, fine. So now this got delivery of that. So this should get paper. This should not get paper. It's something that other games also do better, I think, where stuff only loads into a station once it's had one train come in that actually has that cargo loading. Actually, is it loading the paper onto the lumber trucks? No, okay. Because they can also load paper. Was worried, but no. Isn't getting any paper? Yeah, okay. It's probably just needing to have the rating low enough on this one so this doesn't get any paper, this gets all the paper. This one is now not in range, because I've not set it to force unloads. It didn't do anything. There, now it's actually in range to dump off the paper. There we go. Still 36 grand despite making like 4 trips, it felt like. At least I don't think it just unloads the paper back in there and then loads it back out. Can't see shit on the performance index. The line might be thicker if you have like a lower screen resolution, but on 1080p it's near invisible. You can't zoom the graph. You can't scale the graph. It's just a 1 pixel line, I guess. Maybe a few more if it's 1080p. Who knows? But yeah. Now this has run out of the stocked up paper. So we'll see how long it takes. I don't think we'll need a third train necessarily, so this was probably a bit over enthusiastic unless I go and deliver a lot more wood to here. Yeah, that's fine. The next one has enough time to go back there, but sadly you can't tell them like once there's a train waiting, just go. That's something you can't do in OpenTTD either. Yeah, as soon as the next wood train arrives, this gets enough paper to... Now this has goods, and I could probably deliver those. I think I'll do it this way. I might even raise it up then. This way I have room to expand this one. And then I'll build the other station directly in this direction, so I don't have to turn around right after the station. I'm going in the correct direction. Shouldn't be a problem for the station size. It's so ridiculous, but it's funny. This can be a new station, I guess. I'll have no idea where this is in the surface, though. Just have to try it out, I guess, to see if I can connect something else. I need to expand it far enough to to actually accept goods. Okay, this is still that station. Because OpenTTD has a similar problem where if you don't have enough buildings, then you might not get enough because the buildings have like only a partial desire for goods, and you need to have enough buildings with desire for goods to be allowed to deliver them there. This should be good enough. Not sure if it counts enough if I just link up some passenger stops, because I don't really want passengers anyways. This'll do. I'll just make sure to set the force it to stop and unload fully. So if it stops accepting it, I'll see it, I guess. There we go. I probably only need one station. That's fine. Too spread out. Fine. We can do that. We still have the exact 8 we need. Well, need. I always change it around. I don't even think the trains need to fit fully into the station to count. Just fought for your life with a tin of tuna. How am I a functioning adult? Oh no. Was it a ring pull and the ring broke off? Yeah, some of those cans are so damn stubborn, you might have an easier time just hunting the tuna. Or fishing it, whatever. I can't see which way the arrow is pointing because I can't zoom in any further on 1080p resolution. There, this should work. No, not this way. It's not gonna work. those can be a bit closer together so that the next train can already leave when a train is there instead of when it's there. And so on. Okay, this is good. This thing they are waiting is not that. Should be ready to build my goods train now. Are you having anything with your tuner, Pepto? Ooh, there's an even faster train available now. 137 kilometers per hour. Interesting that they, instead of just having km/h, they have kmh to the power of -1, which is also per hour, but interesting way of writing it. Couldn't be bothered, ate it with a little toast and mayo, a sad little snack, but filled a hole. Yeah, I totally get that, as especially for dinner, where you're sometimes just like, I just need a little something. I would say garlic would have probably really worked with it. Just a bit of crushed with a fork and stir that through as well. Nom nom nom. Okay, now for transporting goods, what's my quickest cart? Please tell me there is a cart. Ugh, 89, really? Yeah, this is not the best way. I've seen a lot of mods on OpenTTD where you just have universal cards that can take everything and then change their visuals accordingly what's being transported. This has separate speeds for each wagon, and then you might not get a new one of a certain type. A mess, really. No point getting a fast wagon, a fast train if you can't have a fast wagon with it. I'm transporting 200 goods a pop, so probably make this long enough. Uh, okay, probably fit another one. Yeah. Right, as said, there, full load of goods. Go there. Now we have to wait until unloaded, so in case we lose the permissions to unload that there, we just stop. The kitchen is pretty bare because of the move. You grudge refilling your ingredients and such if you're going to leave them behind. Oh, so you're still in your old kitchen then and cooking. The new one isn't that ready yet. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. If it's more of a hassle to move the ingredients. Guess you didn't have any frozen garlic or otherwise dry powder garlic. That just lasts a long time. You might have some of that anyways. But yeah, garlic and any kind of seafood just works so well together. Brunshausen. Pissville in English. I think it might be Austrian dialect though. Nothing is ready in a new place. It doesn't even have flooring down. Oh, wow. So, is that a completely new built one then? Or just somehow the last occupants, when they left, took the flooring with them? Must be a completely new project build, right? Okay, yeah, 2 trains should be more than enough. Simply because the paper has to wait for the wood and then the goods have to wait for the paper. Might even be able to make it shorter, but it's fine. They can pull the things no problem with full speed. Acceleration shouldn't be too bad. Yeah. You build one previous temporary occupant who you assume was just a fucking waste of oxygen because they left the place a mess. Or maybe it was just the builders and they blame it on a previous occupant, so they don't have to, so they aren't responsible for clearing it out. Because who wants to live in a completely empty place? What, did they just have some junkie put a mattress down and this is his place now? Let's see. Yes, we do have a happy little island we can build our evil villain lair, I mean company headquarter on. I have to make it a tiny bit bigger. Okay, that's not too bad. In regular Transport Tycoon, you pay an absolute extortionate amount to do anything near water. No, you found out who said occupant was, and yes, she was literally just a junkie staying there for a bit because of a gas leak in the street she originally lived on. Jeez, well, that sucks that you don't even get um, anything from the landlord for having to clean that mess. Just like, I don't know, not have to pay them the uh, deposit. Let's let our building. Oh, looks like we do need more good trains actually. They already copied and it's just not placed down. guess it just didn't count. I don't see a no position train at least, so. We can have fun. And if there's two waiting, then there's two waiting, that's fine. The council built social housing, so the council were the ones who cleaned it before you got there. But they did a shit job. Probably you just assumed you were a bunch of junkies too, you guess. Or the people that were supposed to clean that were like, I'm not getting paid enough for this shit. Which sometimes, you know, is understandable. There was literally loose nails and chewing gum on the floor. They made zero effort. What were they doing with nails in there? Well, let's try this. Why not? Because this is so close together. The vineyard, which produces just a few grapes, and the winery. Let's just have a bit of a laugh and see if that works. Just... Oh, there's new station types. Just visual differences, obviously. There. Now we build a train. We have one for grapes even. Might not. Oh, there it is. Regular good shit. Fine, why not? Then I don't need the fast train. It does have a lot more acceleration. Why is it trying to add this to a train? Oh, I have this one. Fine. We take one train and now we Add, not these ones. It's so many wagons that it basically connects both the stations. It spans both the stations. I have built a conveyor belt. Somehow the average journey speed maxes out in with like the maximum speed the train is capable of. I'm not sure what the scale between blocks and kilometers is in this. Might have to check on a different train to calculate how much 7 blocks in 1 day would actually equate to. Or if the average speed is somehow irrelevant. Probably is irrelevant, right? But yeah, it counts this as 7 blocks in 1 day. And it's like what, 5 length station, one. One in the middle, so 11 is the whole thing, and then maybe because this scales back there, so maybe I can make it longer, because I think that's the thing, it somehow puts the station into some kind of average or weighted average to where the from all the different parts of the station if there's multiple connected. So if I expand this a bit further down there, I think I might get more blocks. Not sure it's getting any. Ah, that's dumb. It filled up on food instead of the grapes because they go into the same damn wagon. I'm not sure if I can tell it in this game to not load any food. However, I might be able to sell the food over here. Just be like, okay, fine. If that's what you want, then we can do that. Yeah, now it's gonna just accept food, I guess. Ah, this is the one that actually produced the food, though. Uh, Okay, this is good enough where it doesn't load the food if I just tell it to unload the food over there. Then I guess I'll just tell it to fully load grapes for now over there, because right now this has a really low rating on the grapes because I couldn't transport any when it was full of food. Oh, music's gone again. Let's do. Guess I have too many livestock here. So I don't think I can put the food like over there to transfer it. It's fine. I don't want to connect that stuff up, so kind of just wanted to have the count my performance for the living grapes. You can do lumber directly into goods without going via paper. That's fine. We want paper transported anyways. Let's see, what industries have we not connected yet? Oh, this just directly produces chemicals. There's no oil required or anything like this, at least on this biome, I guess you'd say. Because this also has like Great Britain and the US as biomes. It might be because of my custom scenario. I don't think it's because of the year or anything. Just, yeah, this is pretty much all the goods already except for chemicals. Because this like takes chemicals or steel, but I don't have the entire steel line in this. It's fine. We'll just do quickly little cheating thing, I guess. We'll just build a factory somewhere, transport from one of those chemical works, I guess. And then we can call it for today because we've transported all the goods. Because I think I can build this one somewhere here, there, bam. Doesn't matter. This one can do steep hills or regular. This probably just needs to wait for the factory to build to accept. We can put a trailer on the trucks so you have a two-tile. Go there, chemicals, go there. Load all chemicals. Just go speed it up. This reminds you of Black Sabbath. Yeah, probably not unintentional. They definitely have covered one of their songs on this album. I only know it from the song Daft Tongue Aggressor from a Tony Hawk game. There is Wicked World, that's a Black Sabbath cover. Just both of them driving off on the wrong side of the road for a while. This is fine. They are not accelerating very fast with two of those 10-ton trailers. It's fine. We didn't quite get to the 90% performance, but I don't know. I think it's just a mixture of all kinds of goals. And I don't know if I can find out anywhere exactly. But yeah, we've made tons of money, transport everything that's on this map. Might even not be possible with this scenario because of how I think there was supposed to be a lot more um, industries that just somehow weren't automatically generated or didn't get added. Yeah, this is the probably best station I've made in one thing where it's just one way in, one way out, so there's no one side block, the departures aren't blocking the arrivals and stuff. Sadly, the other side of this I can't change around really without tearing through the town, which I could. There's not much of a punishment for it, since they don't need the roads for anything, and but we're not gonna. That will just save it here. And we'll see if there's someone to raid. So thanks for watching. Thanks for saying hi also, and for being here, Pepto. Makes it a little bit more interesting. Oh, Hugo is going live. Sure, why not? If we are probably going there anyways, he just went live, so why not? We'll see what I stream next. This was just a little experiment and chill time because I didn't have anything else to do anyways. So see you all next time. Did this work? Did this work? I think I might have accidentally cancelled. Alright.
Oh, I got a
check.
flamethrower in my hand.
Did I cancel it? Maybe not.